What up, what up, what up? Good morning and welcome back. So, we've been seeing some good pre-market charts, so, I thought I'd come in a little earlier today. As usual, remember the disclaimer, day trading is risky. It seems like VEEE is the top one here for now. There's also PRSO. They're both up a decent percentage. I will say for me here in pre-market, I'm looking for something very specific, right? And that is a very aggressive stock moving up. I don't want to trade anything other than a stock that's just flying up. And so for anything that's consolidating and maybe consolidating for too long, I'm going to leave alone. Or that's just giving a slower uptrend. So for now, I'll just keep an eye on VEEE in case it opens up. But I'm going to watch the scans and I'm going to be patient to see if we get something good. I'm live in the chat room. You guys can feel free to jump in. And for the YouTube stream, in case anybody wants to watch on YouTube. So it's going to be a lot of sitting and waiting. And I'm going to be trading on Guardian, of course. I took one trade earlier at 710 PRSO, scratch trade. I'm actually configuring my screen here a little bit better. I got to save my layout too. That way it stays. Let's see. Trade. Positions or trades. Yeah, so it's a lot of waiting here in pre-market. A lot of sidelines until we see something good. Mobile never loses to be first. Mobile, hope you're doing good, man. Hope you're doing well. Mohammed, what's up? Good to see you guys. We got Paul in the building. Perry, what's up? Hazmat Trades in the building. Jeff, good morning. Fly Eagles fly. I didn't see the game, but it seems I'm guessing maybe that's the first game of the season yesterday. Maybe, I'm not sure. I didn't watch it, but it seems like it was a good game. I'll actually check. Let's see. Yes, that was the first game. And the Cowboy fans are so particular, so they're not going to be happy with that start to the season. But you know, the season is still young, so they have plenty of time to get it done. We got Twin, we got Alice, and a couple others in the chat room here. Tiki, AO. Some people were here since 6 a.m. Cactus Rob was here since 12 a.m. The chat room keeps going late night. You know, people are here late all times, all hours of the day. In fact, we don't close the chat room off. It's just here. So Vidpan, what's up? So VEEE, you know, it's held up the pre-market highs. Perhaps a setup I could have looked at, um, or let's say the previous highs rather. It's a good double bottom and curl off that level. So from 16, we're curling back up here, and we could potentially see the 3-bar play on the 5-minute chart. So over 32, will we see new highs? It is going to be, well, let's not say challenging, right? It's not going to be challenging, but I really don't want to trade anything. Like, this is a setup I take in the open for sure. But I really don't want to trade anything unless something is hitting the scans and moving up rapidly. That's where I find that in pre-market, I trade the best and I have the best odds of doing well very quickly. There's 35. There's some volume coming in, but will it be able to pull away a little bit? I'll pull up the scans here. I got Momo Pro plus Day Trade Dash. Tomorrow I'm gonna start streaming on I think I'm gonna start streaming on Facebook and Twitch again. I gotta figure it out though for Twitch. So here's a look at the scans, just in case anybody wants to see. So VEEEHOUR ISPC. But I'm more so interested in the high of day scan, like the running up scan, if something starts to hit here with breaking news. So at the half hour, at the hour marks, especially SNTG. Is anything looking good on this one? Not yet. As you're tuning in on YouTube, don't forget to hit that thumbs up. Also, if you're a new viewer, consider subscribing. We go live every weekday morning, usually around 9:15 market time for the open. Although today some early watching here. PRSO. So what had me interested to show up today is that for the last 2 days we saw some charts in pre-market around 9:30 with some big green candlesticks. So I'm like, you know what? I'll come in early to see. So far it's pretty calm. So PRSO over 122, currently at 129. SNTG has popped up in pre-market and dropped every single day the last 3 days. So definitely not touching that one. Let's see. I gotta try not to lean on the desk, right? Anytime I'm like this, I'm leaning on the desk or just, the other side, which is like this. I gotta stand up straight. I've noticed, like, just from being here for so many years, it's like I can't stand up straight anymore. It's like the backlash of, you know, being here on the grind. Well, I've noticed like I guess you call this like your forearm area here has been irritated from just leaning on the desk so long throughout the trading day. So I already can't sit for long, and now it looks like I can't stand either. I'm gonna have to mind over matter here. Fresh NBA guy. The fresh NBA guy. What's up? Alan, what's going on? Alice, are you a full-on pre-market trader now? Seems you've been trading the early morning session. SF saying it's slow and two slow grinders. Yes, these grinders they suck. I agree. But for someone else, someone else might already be having a great day from just these two stocks. So there's always opportunities depending on how you're, approaching trading and the strategy you're using. So starting today, Marcelo is not only going to stream for students, he's going to stream for the entire chat room. So for those of you in the chat room, the mighty has your back. All right, the mighty will be going live for the entire chat room. I think it'll be pretty cool. In the past, we used to go live for the entire chat room way more often. So I think for him, doing it every day will be a good idea. I think people will like it. VEEE back up at 330. I like that it continues to hold that 316 area. So again, another dip opportunity there if you're really looking to take those trades. The 5-minute chart does look good. Even though it's a grinding, slower stock, I'd hope it's able to continue. So far, it's holding up well. We just want to see a little bit more volume in our green candles if we're to make a high, especially over 33. Also, this week went by so quickly. Felt like a 3-day week. We're already on Wild Card Friday, and it's felt like we just came back from the extended weekend. I'll pull up the scan again in case anyone is now tuning in. Am I excited for the NBA season? Yeah. Although I won't be watching that many games. I'm gonna make a video. I'm gonna make a video soon talking about, life. Me and life and lifing. It almost seems like there's no time to watch these things, It's so bad for me sometimes that when I do these things, at times, I feel like I'm wasting time. But other times I can definitely do it and feel like I'm relaxing, right? And be entertained. It's like, I'll be there and it's like, man, like I don't see $1 billion in my account. Why am I here doing this? There's something I should be doing where I could capitalize. It's a very extreme mindset. But at times it's pretty important to ease off, decompress, enjoy a good game or two. PRSO back up to 130, and we'll see if it's able to open up. There's 34. So a quick look at the scan there in case anyone is now tuning in. We got KT in the building. Why am I sticking with the Warrior Trading Scanner? Here's the truth. I'm trying to get Ross to come to the next team house. Don't you guys love my transparency? I also have Momo Pro here too. Right? But we're trying to get Ross to come to the next team house. So we're trying to butter him up with the scanners. There's the 100% truth. Also, the scanners are very good too. There's that, right? The scanners are pretty good. Oh, man. Good old RT. You know, these people will listen to me from time to time, so it'll be hilarious, right? He's not going. Wait, he has 3 kids? Really? I thought it was 1. And congratulations to him. Nice. Did I watch Triad's last video? No, I did not. I can take a look, though. We're back at that 316 level again. Although it's like our 5th time here. I think it'll probably hold up again, but of course, tight stops. These trades are not bad trades, though. In at the level, and the risk is pretty tight. The highs are 30, 35, and there's like 5 cents of risk. It's not a bad trade idea. Not financial advice, of course, but just looking at the chart. Daniel, I do appreciate the birthday wish. Thank you, my friend. You know who I did invite to a team house? I invited John at Beginner Trading. For those of you who know John, John's a good guy, man. Well, John did tell me, hey RT, man, I got these kids, the family, like it'll be a little bit more tough to leave. All the things he's taking care of. I always talk nicely about John, man. John's a good guy. I've been watching his channel for since 2019. Back when it was him and Mitch, for those of you who are familiar with the channel. I think Mitch left off to Benzinga or one of those other trading channels. Back then, he was like day trading a little bit, and then switched over to more large cap stuff eventually. But cool channel, good guy. Right now, I'm still waiting on the scans. It's time for a sun, man. Bro, I've been very careful, man. I don't know. The world has changed, right? I mean, back when my parents were my age, they already had at least like 3 kids, you know? It's like back then, in like the early 2000s, the late 1990s, it's like most people had kids by like 21, 22. If it got to like 23, 25 without a child, it's like something is wrong, you know? And now, like almost 70, 80% of like my peers, they're still holding out, right? I think it's just the economy, man. Like the way how things is, back in the days, it's like you could have a normal job and be able to sustain yourself fairly well and, you know, still be able to afford things. So we're at the hour mark. Will we get something here? AIFF maybe? It's definitely slow here today. AIFF, will we take off? Can we see 315, 320, 330? There's 315, but it needs to continue though. If the range is too tight, it's not going to make any sense. For the quick aggressive trades that I'm looking for. You know what it is with the pre-market stream is that it's been slow, so I stopped. But I always mention that if it's hot, I'll like be back the next day, you know? So after looking at the charts the last 2 days, I'm like, man, it's looking like it's heating up. But maybe I played myself here. The dating market. You gotta find a diamond in the rough, as they say. For me, as they say in business, I'm slow to hire and quick to fire. If you're gonna come into the pastor's way, you gotta come correct, or else you'll be sent to the depths. CERO. CERO. $9.14 was the highs. This one pushed up, sold off below VWAP. There's a seller at 9 area. Still not seeing anything just yet. Although CERO could have potential if it's to take off to 10 and then 11. This one will be a little bit more risky too, of course, with the spreads and the range. HKPD. Not much here at 8 a.m. You know what? It'll be better to trade pre-market on November 2nd when the daylight savings is like, you know, when the time goes back, you get an extra hour of sleep. So waking up is not going to be as bad for people who are waking up early. Slow, brother. Oh, PRSO, nice breakout. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Highs were 34, 39, 44, 40. I mean, it's still moving a little slowly, but you know, maybe there could be a pullback trade that could be good. Definitely getting more stuff hitting the scans too, compared to earlier. PRSO, I might trade a pullback here. I think it looks decent moving up. Oh my god. It's 3 p.m. my time. Alright, I'm gonna watch PRSO here. We had a high of 47. So right now the question is, where's the pullback going to go to once it does start to pull back? The truth is that no one knows, and we'll have to use our best discretion. So I'll be paying attention to the tape, time and sales. Because we know it has to dip. Usually they don't just keep going straight. And this is why our strategy exists in the first place. What happened? Oh, shoots. Okay. I'm gonna throw out a starter at 40, and I'm gonna keep watching to add. Right now, it's a tight pullback. Our previous high was what, like 35? So if it breaks below 40, I'm willing to just keep adding. And if it breaks down, my risk will be about like 5 cents, 6 cents. The only bad thing here is that it's not quite like a 2-to-1 trade. It's more like a 1-to-1. 5 cents of risk, maybe a little less than that, depending. I'll add like 2, 3 more times, so it'll be like 3, 4 cents of risk, and potential 7 cents of profits back to the highs. So far, I'm only in 700 shares, which is small size. If it doesn't go lower there, I'm not gonna be able to keep adding, right? So there's 5 cents to the upside, and watching to see if we get over 47. I'm gonna take half right there. Will it get through 47? So being that this stock is cheap, I'm going to tell you guys what I'm supposed to be doing, right? Especially if the setup is better. I'm supposed to be in there like 10,000 shares with this cheap stock. So I'm in like a tenth of the size. And this one is pretty liquid too. So it's a good trade there. We're back up to 49. We sold half at 45 and the rest around 47, 48. And maybe it keeps going, maybe not. We'll see. There's 55. I'm holding 12 shares of the position. So that was a great trade there to start. Small size trade. The next one we're going to look to hit with a little bit more size. We got 55 highs now. So if it pulls back here, where's it going to pull back to, right? It's of course always the question. The question is the same every time. Will we revisit those same lows, or will we have a higher low relative to where we just came from? So I'll be using my best discretion again. Now, in hot markets, the breakout trades will be so good because some of these stocks, they just keep going, 60, 65, 80, 85, break of 2. So being that we didn't continue lower 39, 38, 37, I didn't get to like add into that trade. Now we're seeing 57. I'm still holding 6 shares, which is not a lot of shares here. Now just 3 shares. So this one is pretty bullish. It's telling me to trade it aggressively. So once it comes down again, I'm going to look to just keep buying. I think maybe I'll aim for like 5,000 shares. The key is that I don't want to lose more than like 5 cents, which would be 250. Not looking to rush it, looking to be patient. We had a quick pullback there. I'm not in. Looking to be patient. PRSO. It's not that fancy, but you know, it's moving a little bit. That's my alarm to wake up for 9:30. 9:30 open. And there's gonna be another one in 5 minutes too. So late alarm. I, do I want to take the breakout if it doesn't dip? $54. My starter's at 54, which is just not good. I don't like it. So this might have ended up being a tighter pullback. It's possible. I'm gonna take the breakout trade. Damn, I gotta use more size. I see that dip just did not go according to plan. I was hoping for lower so I could just keep buying, but we might see 70 out of this. But our pullbacks are pretty tight. Like I was hoping for like below 50, like slightly, if anything. So I'd be buying from like I tried to buy 52 and I'm just gonna keep buying lower, lower, lower. But no good. But I want to continue with the same approach and mindset, which is to just be patient for the dips and not be too aggressive. I think is the way to go here. We got 67 right there. Time. I'm gonna start taking a starter here. I'm not looking to risk more than 5 cents, right? So watching to see how it does. Holding 1,200 shares at 60. Looking for over 64 for the 1-minute candle to make the new high. I'm out break even at 60. I'll look to get back in either high or low here. The breakout trade seems to be working, so I don't mind giving it a shot if it's able to get through the level for a test of 70. If not, looking to get back in on the pullback. I want to be careful about adding too soon. Oh, this alarm. I can't move my hands. Not yet. Okay. We do have a new candle on the 5, which I want to be careful of. So what's going to happen there is that I had 2 great trades with smaller size and 1 loss with big size. And I'm at a net red here. Small red though. Maybe we're a little too extended there. We had a low 53. Watching to see how well it holds up here. Small position again, 56. That last candle was pretty good. Pretty bullish on the 1 minute. So now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put my stop at the lows and just wait. It's only a couple cents risk. Will we be able to hold up the lows? Watching, waiting. Did I get the ad? I got 54, 55. Even 58? Oh no, that is madness. How did I get filled 58? See, that was robbery. I got robbed right there. There's no way I got filled 54, 54, 55, 55, and then 58 in the middle. Bro, why they gotta do me like that, man? See how they be playing sometimes with us, man. Playing games. So my average should be here 55, 54, and now it's like, 56 still. We had a bullish engulfing and then a bearish engulfing. We're kind of still sideways here. We're definitely not in the uptrend still. It's more so watching to see if the consolidation will hold. HKPD moving up. There's a new 5-minute candlestick coming. We'll see if there's more buyers coming into it. HKPD. We have higher lows in the 5-minute, which is good. We're definitely in a long consolidation here. I did sell half to reduce the risk. And there's a new low in the consolidation. Is it worth trying again? HKPD is back down on after a good 2-3 green candles. But the uptrend was finished after 67, for at least for now. Well, maybe it goes into another uptrend. We haven't really been able to make new highs since 8:16 a.m. VWAP is at 36 if it does a big washout, but I'd hope it's able to hold mid 40s, high 40s. What I'll watch is the bear flag here if it consolidates sideways, and then the breakout of that level. HKPD, I'm not sure if it had news or not. We didn't really get a consolidation down there. It's a quick bounce back. I'm only willing to take a starter here. We'll see if it's able to do anything. The new 5-minute candlestick is like 40 seconds out. I don't know, it seems a little bit more thick. It seems a little bit more thick trying to curl up here. So sidelines. Okay, maybe I spoke too soon. Come on. Okay, I spoke too soon. Oh, come on. I literally look away to type in the other stock. That's what you call right now. It's like not being in the driver's seat. And it might even be a false breakout. I think I'll leave it alone. It's not ideal for what I would like to trade in pre-market, but there was something there though. So down $100 here so far. Not the best start. The bad thing about this home office setup that I have is that there's central air here, right? And the rest of the house is so cool. But because I have all these screens and computers, monitors, it's like this room is like 15 degrees hotter than every other room. And it's like turning on the air doesn't really make sense because everywhere else is like already, cool. So I'm like stuck in this room with fans that are doing nothing every single day. Hopefully, I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I don't mind the winter time here. I could trade from the office, but I don't know. Trading from the office is I rather just go there for like videos. PRSO in the depths. Stocks like this, man, I tell you. I expected it to give a move, and it's just like back down to 50, and I stop out before the big candlestick. Still holding up fairly well. But I'll wait for the open or for something else that's moving up aggressively here. Trading from Africa. I can't wait to go to Africa though. I think that's gonna be a nice time. So many countries to explore. Also, Europe should be nice too. A Big Mac for breakfast? Man, that is wild. A breakfast burrito though, that sounds a little bit better. But if you're gonna get a breakfast burrito, don't go to McDonald's, man. Like that's like a disrespect to the breakfast burrito. McDonald's in these places is like terrible food. You gotta find like a nice Mexican spot, and you're gonna get a real burrito. Like the trip we took to San Diego, oh man. They understand proportion and they understand quality for a low price. $6 is like for a foot long burrito with like sausage, egg, bacon, and potatoes. For like a foot long. So on one of these trips, I gained like 10 pounds, which was crazy. Just eating like a madman. That was the LA trip, actually. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. Like, I didn't even think that was possible. Eating like it was going out of style. Let me check Triad's channel. I didn't see the video. Let me see. Triad trading. What should I expect here? If you guys meet Triad, he's pretty cool. Oh, the Fed is gonna start printing. Thinkorswim is not the same. There's like a bunch. All I'm seeing is like a bunch of clickbaits here. Day trading ruined my life. So the most recent video looks like it's Thinkorswim not the same anymore. My boy Triad is still on the grind with the videos, which is nice to see. Hey, you gotta seize the moment and the opportunity when it's there for these views, okay? We gotta go check out on Triad one of these days, though. Book the flight. We gotta book the flight. Driving with Triad. Triad got some nice videos, man. You guys can check out Triad Trading. Great member of the community. Also mentor in the community as well. Team house member. Although some of the guys are not at every team house. Guys, be sure to hit the thumbs up. We have 200 people already. And a measly 43 likes. We're cooked if we can't get up to 150 likes at least here. Let me take off these blue light glasses. How many of you guys live in New York? Let me find out if we're going to do an improv meetup here this weekend. A spontaneous meetup. Tan, you're in Brooklyn, then we're neighbors, right? You know what? Like I don't know why, like, but after this Labor Day parade, right? I was thinking like, man, like I missed the opportunity to make some content. Like my mind just wasn't on content that weekend, but the things I could have done with my laptop, like I could have gotten some viral videos during that parade for sure. Like guaranteed. But my brain was not braining. Long Island. Okay, okay. Anthony, what's up from North Carolina, South Carolina, and watches every day. We love to see it. PRSO, you know, this is why I love to trade the uptrend. The sideways consolidation, you got to be careful. It's much easier to lose, in my opinion. From green 130 to red 130. No bueno. No bueno. Moscow in the building. I don't know how to say hello. I only know how to say goodbye. From watching the notorious Vitaly ZDTV back in the days. The Russian hitman pranks. Yeah, Phil, we're early today, man. Yeah, we have people from everywhere. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up if you're tuning in. Also consider subscribing to the channel. It's been a slower pre-market. We haven't really seen much. We've had PRSO and VEEE. Two stocks that's pushed up a little bit, but nothing. I'd say nothing super impressive, although there's been opportunities. We're at $100, which is not the best start, but you know, it's small. We managed risk. We had two great trades, and when we sized up, drastically, we had $130 in gains from a 700 share position and maybe like a 1600 share position. We sized up to like 4K, 5K, and you know, we took some losses. So not bad risk management. We got Nepal in the building. The only place I know in Nepal is, of course, Kathmandu. Kathmandu. Where people go to try to climb the highest mountain in the world. Hey, I'll tell you, there's definitely diversity, right? Because that's something you'll never catch me doing. Although I'm willing to go skydiving at some point. Something else you'll probably not catch a lot of people doing either. Jumping out of a plane, you must be mad. And I can't let my mother know that I'll be doing that, so hopefully she's not watching. Or else I'm going to be cooked. Jumping out of a plane at 20,000 feet or 10,000 feet. It's madness. PRSO 58. H1, it's a slow day for us so far, down $100. We did manage risk pretty well. We traded pretty well, although, you know, our uptrend ran out. Skydive a year ago at 57, it was awesome. Mr. F in the building. And there was another trader from Nepal that was in our chat room. Although this guy, he wasn't super transparent though. That was the only problem. When anybody posts a big P&L in our chat room, especially if they're doing it consistently, we'll reach out to you, myself or Marcelo. We'll reach out to you to like have like a private conversation, right? And this conversation is just to make sure that you're, you know, transparent and real. Because for some reason there've been people over the years that's, you know, done this for, you know, or let's say they've done it, they've posted fake P&Ls with ulterior motives, right? Trying to get people's personal information and, you know, all these things. So sadly, or I guess for the benefit of the community, we've had to put up these filter systems. And so part of the process is, and I'm willing to do this, and I'm also willing to say it, is that, you know, the individual, they'll just have to like confirm who they are, right? And there's like a bunch of different ways to do that. And then that's pretty much it, right? Or if like let's say one of the traders in the chat room, like they've met you in person and they like know you and then we trust that individual, then, you know, that also works too. We've you know, we have a good connection with the core members, so, you know, whether it's a student that comes in and says, hey, this person is such and such and, you know, they're a good trader, then, you know, it's green light, right? No problem. Or a team house member, etc. I mean, we've had quite a few people over the years. I mean, there's been some great traders, right? There's been so many people, like a good, like 5 to 8 people who've been making like $20,000-$30,000 a day consistently. You know, shout out. I mean, there's a bunch of them, right? It's always good to see. If you're making 20K a day, how would your life change? I'd like to know in the comments here. For those of you listening on, if you start making 20K a day, or even 5K a day, 10K a day tomorrow, how would your life change? How would your life change? How would your life improve? PALI, penny stock pushing up to 70 cents. Joshua, not working the 9 to 5 anymore. Same life, but with a chef and a personal MMA coach for Thomas. That sounds nice. You know, quitting your job. No one wants to like do the 9 to 5 grind, it seems like. But when you quit your job, depending on how old you are, if you're not looking to retire, you'll have to find a way to keep yourself busy. And that could mean different things. Maybe you go on a really long vacation, or you're going on a lot of different vacations, right? Spontaneous vacations. Because if you're just there, like if you're just at home, it can become boring after some time, like after like a year. Maybe you binge watch a couple of shows, you do all these different things, and then it's like you can find yourself being idle. PALI actually is, well, it's a couple cents from 72 to 75. PALI, cheaper stock, moving up. But yeah, I mean, there's so many things to do though, right? I guess it really just comes down to if you're looking to be stationary or if you're looking to travel and do other things. The personal chef is a nice thing. I mean, we had the chef for just 1 week at the last team house. The breakfast, man. That breakfast every day was just, man. We could have did breakfast and lunch, but we figured we'd like go out and explore the area because it was a new city. Like try new restaurants. Shout out to MMU because we've paid for a few people to go on these trips, like everything paid for, pretty much. Flights, stay, food. Nobody else would ever do something so crazy. Except for the Pastor and the Mighty. I'd give half of it away. Yeah, you'll be giving half of it away, all right. Straight to Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam will show up to your doorstep with a bag for half of the cash. The feeling of peace and freedom, no stress, same life. Private tennis or golf lessons. And shout out to Beam, who one of the students who became very profitable. He also does golf lessons. Phil, yes, no problem. During the downtime, I can interact with the chat. I'm retired. Lots to do. Lots to do for about 3 months, then you wonder what your friends are doing, your work friends. I think for me is like because when I worked at Amazon, right? I didn't really like the work itself, and this was like a physical labor job. Like we're moving packages, which sort the packages. I worked in a delivery station, so the brown boxes you guys will get from Amazon, they'll show up to this facility already with the items inside, and the white label with the addresses and names, etc. What we did, we grouped those boxes into clusters, which the vans will then come and pick up. And each cluster is like for a specific neighborhood or two that's in proximity. So they call it sort. That's what I did. And the work itself wasn't, I mean, it wasn't anything to really talk about, right? But the people was what made the job fun, Like I had a good team. But for some people, they might be in a situation where they hate working with the people they're working with, or maybe they don't like their boss. And so they're willing to definitely just get rid of that situation. So if I look back on it, it's like, I think that's one thing that was fun about that experience. Although now we've filled that gap with, different people, right? You have the students, you have the team house members. Of course, you always have like family and close friends, but in terms of like work friends, Yeah, even $500 a day is, last year I averaged like 1,200 a day. It's a lot of money. It adds up quickly. And man, on those days where you're hitting like 10K and I mean it's something else. And then the I think the best part of it too is that once you start to have more money like sitting and compiling, and that can then eventually compound, right? And there's different ways, whether it's through the SPY, or let's just say the stock market in general. You can take on certain risks, certain investments. Um, like right now, you know, I can I have the freedom to where I can like go anywhere right now. Like I can go buy a ticket anywhere right now and just go for a month, and like it doesn't, it won't affect me financially, right? So it does grant you a certain level of freedom for sure. Of course, we all have responsibilities though, depending on if you own property, maybe the mortgage, taking care of the house itself, um, maybe kids, right? Like taking them to school, things like that. So not all of us are able to just like up and go, but you definitely will have that ease and peace of mind when it comes to bills and these things. Shout out to Red to Green, who was a member of the chat room. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't mind if I share this story, right? He's working his 9 to 5, and also at one point, and I think he's still trading, but he's also made good money. And he had an issue with his roof. And he told us, man, like without the trading gains, he wouldn't have been able to fix the roof like how he did. Maybe he would have had to do a hack job. And I forgot the scanner on here. I'll come over to Momo Pro. Yeah, he would have had to do a hack job or take on a ton of debt to fix the roof. Actually, no, I'm on single screen. I'm good. So it's like, man, without trading, he didn't know if he would have been able to handle the situation. Beach house is the goal. By the way, so shout out to Triad, right? Triad invited me to his uncle's beach house. I mean, that was a good time. That was a good experience. There's some people love the water, man, when it comes to like the jet skiing and fishing and these things. There's also some other people who've invited me to beach houses, but they're a little bit more private, so I'll keep that behind the scenes. But it's a nice experience, especially if you're into fishing. Living by the water, having a boat. Someone is asking, can you guys post your average daily goal and max share size? I'm trying to learn how you guys manage share size as per your goal. How did you feel when you finally became profitable enough to leave your job? Honestly, for me, it was a little risky because I think back then I didn't really make a lot. I didn't really make a lot at the time. I think that year I made like 50,000 trading, and there was a little bit of concern because, essentially half my income was gone, and I'm going to be on my own, on my own island. And whenever you own a business, or whether you're trading, you can have like a little bit of income insecurity, right? Because typically your normal job, whilst there is risk, you could be laid off, you could be fired, you could, things can change, the company could go under. Typically people aren't really thinking about not having that same income or position anymore, because there's this like feeling of consistency, whether you're on salary or you're getting your weekly check or bi-weekly check, you feel safe, right? With trading, with a business, it's like you don't know, right? Like we have you have the confidence that you can do well, but you still don't know ultimately. But at the time, you know, after like studying and reviewing so often, it's like every day in the recaps, even it's like, man, there's so much room to make more. There's so much room to do better. There's so much room to keep, whether it's like size, pre-market trading, after-hour trading, holding longer, going short. Like, there's so much room to keep making more and doing better. So I was confident that I could make more, but I knew that there was going to be a risk. And what made me comfortable taking the risk is knowing that what I'm choosing to do aligns with where I want to be in life. Because like I have an aunt and an uncle, right? The aunt is an RN, the uncle does city work. And like I look at how they live and they're living like a good life. They have the house, the car, quote unquote the American dream. But for me, I've always watched these shows like MTV Cribs. And I don't know what it is. You know, I guess I've just been influenced to where it's like this normal life thing doesn't really seem like it'll be all that. Although of course it is. It's great, if you can like, have excess and live comfortably. So I'm like, man, I want to be able to do it on like a different level. So I'm going to choose something that could get me there, right? And that's what trading is. It's a vehicle, right? It's a vehicle to get me where I want to be. And it does involve taking a lot of risk because there's an opportunity cost. I was studying accounting in school. Could I have been an accountant somewhere at an office, at a firm? The answer is yes. But, maybe I would have just been living a normal life. So I think as long as the risk aligns with your end goal, it's a little easier to take the risk. And so leaving, the 9 to 5 to just trade full time, that's where the confidence came. And really and truly with a job, unless your income at your position is really high and you're also living below your means, it's like it doesn't seem like it gets you anywhere after your expenses. Like you have to have a really nice, but I mean, things have changed, right? It seems like just 10 years ago, maybe even 5 years ago, like 5, 10, 15 years ago and beyond, having a good income, like back then, like 80K a year was like a good job, right? You can pay your bills, still have a good savings, still be able to do vacation. Now it's like 80K a year is like, even if you're living below your means and saving and investing, it's like 80K a year is just, it's like the depths, So for me, having such a slow year like this year, it's like I've made money in other things, like whether it's like swing trading or other things behind the scenes. But it's like, geez, Louise, this economy is insane. So I can't imagine how the average person who's like working a minimum wage job, what they're dealing with right now. And like trying to survive if they weren't able to get higher education or just a high position. It is brutal right now. Phil, utilize trading as side hustle, currently salary job. Working extra doesn't get you more money. Trading is the way. I am brand new, just a few months in. I travel full time, living in developing countries, and my monthly cost is like 1,000 a month. Looking forward to making 1,000 a month from trading over time. You know, this is an advantage of trading. Like I've had people ask me, why do I live in like New York? You know, why do you live in these places where you don't have a bang for your buck? Why not move somewhere? You know, it's a great question, man. It's something to consider because with the money we're making in certain other locations, even within the states, you know, just depending on if you're going inwards, your money can go much further. You just have to be willing to, you know, accept the change. Much less if you're living in a different country. There's some people they're doing $300 a day from trading, living in like Brazil, and they have the private chef. They're living in a penthouse on the beach in a nice condo or something. And it's like, man, but you have to be willing to, you know, take on that change. For me, it's like mostly like family, you know. Yeah, Texas, I still see a lot of properties in Texas that I really like. A lot of them are like 30 minutes outside of the main cities, San Antonio, Dallas. It's like, hey, a 30-minute drive for these prices are not bad at all. Although I don't think that's a move I'd make unless I'm like ready to really settle down, you know. Beyond the vote. All right, if I need a realtor, I'll make sure to mention it here on the stream first. Pro dollar down 900 to start. We're coming up on the market open soon, so there'll be time if there's a hot stock. Slow and steady to hopefully get back to flat and or green. But of course, you know, keep your max loss in mind. Patience pays. Says trading since 2015, full time. Joshua said, would love to just hit the road and see everything. Maybe get on a cruise, travel the world. Yeah, I mean, you know, actually, yeah, traveling is a big one, man. When I went to Phoenix, I couldn't believe it was beautiful, man. Like I'm so used to tropical environments, you know, like Florida, like where I'm from in South America. It's a jungle, right? In Guyana, it's a jungle. It's a rainforest. It's just, you know, a lot of rain. It is beautiful, but to go to a place like Phoenix, where it's a little bit more dry, it's like a desert. I'm like, okay, I'm not expecting much. And we went to this Walmart, you know, and even in the plane, of course, looking out the window, but I think it looked better on the ground. We were going to this Walmart, and there was this mountain in the background. You know, it's a little snow on top, you know, a little bit more earthy on the way down, like brown color. And it's like, man, am I on Mars or something? You know, compared to looking out the windows here, you know, maybe you'll see Manhattan and some buildings. You know, that's the view that we'll get. But seeing this massive mountain in the horizon, it's like, is this even the same planet that I'm on? So you know, traveling is definitely a big one, and then you get to experience the different cultures, the food, different people. Like the guy, so the property that we rented, the guy was like 27 years old and has three multi-million dollar properties. One of the other ones was in the same area. You know, like we're having a good conversation. He's talking to us about how he got into real estate, and there's some people after it, man. So you meet some great people. The chef is also the chef was a pretty cool guy as well. Shout out to Chef Ryan. If you're ever in Arizona, if you guys want his information, you guys can always message me in the chat room. I'll send you his page. Although I heard Phoenix is no good in the summertime, it's too hot. Cruise Wi-Fi, a little spotty. Traded on my last cruise, and it was a win back in July. I also heard there's a 365-day-a-year cruise. Although, you know, you got to be ready for that type of vacation. Even the engineering behind the cruise ships and the aircraft carriers are very impressive. Man, we got some people from Phoenix in the building. Yeah, you know, NATO is a good point, which is why we have to do things, right? Yesterday I was here, right? And so I have this older car and it needs new stabilizer links, stabilizer bars. And I'm like, you know, the car's old. It's still a strong car, but it's old. I'm like, do I even want to like fix anything on this car? You know, part of the exhaust is started leaking recently. I'm like, bro, what am I thinking about? Like, this stuff is one scratch trade. Like, just so I ended up spending. I mean, it was like $400, but still, you know, like it's like, bro, just pay for this thing and just go get it fixed. Like this is the point of of working hard and like being able to make gains out of the market. You know. Yes, it's an older car, but you know, it still has a good lifespan. Still solid. Just fix the thing and don't even think about it. For stabilizer link and also like the resonator section of the exhaust system. That was 250. The stabilizer links for the left for the passenger and driver side about $70 each. My mechanic, he's a cheap guy, a cheap mechanic. He'll do it for maybe 150 bucks. I mean, they're pretty good. They'll probably take like an hour or less, probably less than that, maybe like 30 minutes max. Yeah, like 30 minutes max for that job. Yeah, I'm a little bit of a cheap guy, I'd say. I mean, I do spend, but well, maybe I'm not cheap. I don't know. I don't know how to. I think I'm aware. Let's put it like that. I'm aware. The issue for me is getting ripped off. If I'm gonna pay an expensive amount, the service needs to be great, and then it'll make sense. But things that I don't love is this example of being in a movie theater and the water costing $5. When I know a case of water, 40 waters in one case is $5, it's like, you know, or going, a good example too is going to a nightclub and let's say a bottle of champagne is like $65, $70 in the store, but in this club that same bottle is like $300-400 is like how much do you really need to mark this thing up to make a profit, man? Like, so I don't like to be ripped off, you know. Even car parts, some car parts are like in like if you're to buy the car parts to build a car from scratch, you'll pay like 3 times the amount you'll pay at the dealership. And it's just certain things that are just brutal and unfair. So I'm pretty aware. I don't mind spending on something that's worth it. But if it's a situation where it's just not a fair trade, then PRSO moving up. Small curl off the lows at 47. So VEE and PRSO are going to be the top two into the open. As you're tuning in, be sure to hit the thumbs up. If you're new to the channel, consider subscribing. The Mighty will stream for the entire chat room today. For me, I'll head back up for the students. Yo. Okay. Time for a bathroom break. I'll be back in a flash. I'll be back in a flash. I'm also gonna leave this streaming in the chat room to Marcelo here. The Mighty. It looks like the Mighty has different plans here. Okay, I'm back. Bathroom break is over. PAPL moved up. So watch list, I'll type it up. Maybe PAPL could be added to the list. For those of you in the chat room, if you want to hear Marcelo's audio, you can mute me. If you want to hear my audio, you can mute Marcelo. Okay? Just a heads up. Okay, so VEEE and PRSO for my top two here. Which one has the better chance at going right away at the open? Let's look at the chart. By the way, I want to make sure to turn on my screen recording. I think yesterday I actually forgot to. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. There we go. Webcam. Okay, it looks good. We'll bring up the scanner here for a sec for those of you now tuning in. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up. For PAPL, there's daily resistance around 560, 580, and then room to 788. Okay. Man, that bathroom break really threw me off here. Okay, VEEE into the open. We'll see how this one does. Let me get the 10-second chart here. Okay. It looks all right. We'll see. The 200 EMA is at 340, so we'll have to see if it's able to hold up. If EEE can continue to hold above 3, there's a chance here. There's a seller at 7, 40,000 shares. Now at 5, they're walking down the ladder. Walking down. There's definitely a few hitting the scans. Right now I'm on the sidelines. I'm going to just keep waiting. PRSO, red to green, over 56. Lows were 43. Highs are at 58 on the candlestick. PRSO, as it gets over 60, it could be interesting. So far, it's looking decent. Not quite the break to 70. We could see a pullback first for PRSO. For VEEE, there could be a red to green. Well, PRSO, I'm gonna lose 200 bucks there. Not good. It sold off all the way. Not good. And that was quite the drop down. I took 49 area. We'll see if the red to green on VEE is any good. I'm gonna make sure to size down here. We're seeing a lot of weakness to start. PRSO had the best daily chart and selling off a bit. So I'm going to check out some other one. SSM, which is halted up. SCAG, lighter volume. Not seeing anything right now. Still searching for that hot stock. PAPL. Holy smokes. Bro, how the heck did I miss that thing, man? Okay, on the resumption, we'll see how it does. So, waiting for a resumption. The one that I didn't look at is the one that is mooning. Yeah. I mean, it was all over the chat room too, so I kind of missed it. I'm pretty sure it was on the scanners too. It's all right, all good. There's 40 resumption is gonna be at 42:29, so in about 2 minutes. PRSO and VEE are having trouble. So we're halted at 671. And resumption is coming up here 42.27, 42.29. So less than a minute. No fear, no hesitation in the next 20 seconds if we can see the dip and rip. It's saying it might resume lower, which is interesting, but we'll see. We got 10 seconds. We're at 671. Fair. 709 highs. High is too soon. Waiting. I'll give it a chance here, but it does seem like it's having a bit of trouble. We'll be able to get over 70, 75. A lot of selling here. What's it going to be? Will we see break of 7 eventually here? I'll take any and all dips if we can get any before 7. 09 is the high. A bit of a double top right there. There's a new high. No dip before the break, but okay. We did catch the trade. A little smaller size. Right here is where I'd like to see us pull away a little bit. Room to 788 on the daily chart. The halt is at 47. Looks like it'll get halted up. False halt. It looks like it's going to get locked in at 47. We're in at 52 and 70 add. We're out at 86. We didn't get anything over the whole dollar, sadly. We're gonna use size here. I'm late to it, but I'm gonna start to use size here. The only thing is that we're close to 788, so I'd hope it can pull back first. If not, gotta be careful of the resistance on the backside. Damn, bro. I can't believe I was watching at the wrong stock here to start. Is there anything else moving? Let me stay vigilant. SCAG. SCAG halted up as well. Well, all right. It's a halt party. We have resumption at 50 and 15 seconds. So about 3 minutes. Guys, don't forget if you're tuning in on YouTube to hit the thumbs up. We do appreciate it. If you're a new viewer, also consider subscribing to the channel. VEEE. Man, there's a lot to track here today. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up. VEEE mooning. The 200 EMA is at 46, so it's still not out of the clear yet, although it's a nice move. Beautiful red to green, the 5-minute candle making a new high over 3. We got a little less than 2 minutes to PAPL. Man, I would have loved to trade this one earlier, but a little late to the show, a little late to the show. We're only flat on the day because we had the loss, so we got to be careful. We got a minute and some change. VEE through 40 could be interesting, although I'll stick to small size unless it gets to like 50. Just so we clear this resistance at 42, I believe, the 200 EMA. We got about 30 seconds for PAPL. We're halted up at 747. No fear, no hesitation, looking to be quick here. And preferably, I want to see it go lower first because we're so close to this 788 resistance. But maybe it blows right through. We got about 10 seconds PAPL. Here we go. Taking a dip. I didn't hold it though. I sold 15. Not great. Oh, that could have been way better. Fly. Bro, it made me nervous, man. I cut it twice. Oh, damn. Okay, watching the follow-up trade. Will we see one? Damn, bro. I missed 30 cents and I missed 50 cents. Because of panic and fear. I must eliminate it. That resistance might be... Can we get through? The halt is at 820. I might take it high if it goes. But so far we are seeing resistance 78, 80. Man, unbelievable. Can't believe I sold that twice too soon, man. Are we seeing a higher low here? Maybe. It looks like we did. Okay. So we might see a retest if it's strong here of 80. Oh, come on. We should see a new high, although it's kind of struggling a little bit to push through. Yeah, I'm taking losses. Man, that was a beautiful dip. Over 8, 830 to halt up. Okay, all right, okay, cool. Fair, 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 fair. This was nice. I can't complain. This was nice. I just fumbled it. I fumbled that dip where I would have made the bulk of my gains. I'm taking losses on that pullback there. The lows were at 50. We had a very bullish 5-minute candlestick, but a pretty deep pullback there. The halt up is at 38. 38, the halt up. $47 now to halt up. It might halt up. $58 now to halt up. 58. Bro, I fumbled this thing big time. Right now, I'm just waiting. The question is will we continue? It's been a great uptrend to this point. You know, we got to watch out for any backside. This last drop a little fast, but okay. That was a pretty big bid for this high up, especially. I've sized back down since we kind of fumbled, you know. And this one was good though. This one was good. Hopefully this candle on the 1 minute holds. Okay, it did close there. Over 20, there's definitely a chance it tries again for highs if it's able to get over that level. A little bit of churn here though. We might not get the higher low. We'll see. Maybe a retest. But notice how we're like, you know, going sideways now, right? We're not going up anymore. It's possible that it could already be done. And 858 is the highs. Bro, I had the bulls by the horn, man. I had the bulls by the horn on that dip twice. And sold both times, sold early. Tough one. Real tough one. Oh, I thought it was a false breakout. It's choppy, man. We got over the level, back below the level. Oh, my goodness. Still smaller size. I mean, unless it gives a new leg, like a new high, sticking to smaller size. Pastor, pastor. It's still very choppy here, not quite pushing through that level. Right now, it's like it could go either way. It could sell off aggressively, or it could go. There's a seller above us, which isn't ideal. Will we reclaim, or that might be a no shares to short at 40-30 area. Damn, bro, this was such a good one. Like there's no excuse to not be nicely green. I fumbled. Bro, I had the dip on that resumption perfect. I had '09. I had '09. Like there's no reason. And I sold it before we made a new low. Falling victim to fear. See, there's this thing where it's like in these high volatile areas, it's like I'm expecting the move to be quick. And I'm in there and 3 seconds go by and it's like we're still there. I'm like, okay. Here comes the flush. And then I sell the position and the rip happens 30 cents and then again for 56 cents. With the longer hold, it's $1 a share trade. We'll see if anything else. HOUR. HOUR. The pre-market highs were 73. I'm aiming for a starter here just to see if it holds high. I didn't think it had it in it. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe false breakout. Man, PAPL, man, what a beauty! Like just what a beauty. I don't know, like taking that bathroom break, just came back. It's like I just felt like out of place almost. Hopefully HOUR can continue so we can get some sweet gains. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up if you're watching on YouTube. That was a very unfortunate fill. All good in the neighborhood. I don't love that I'm showing up in a place where, like, you know, I'm not like getting to trade the front side of the uptrend. This one could also already be done, right? There's there's this, and then there's this going down here. So it's already possible that it could be done if the 5-minute pullback doesn't hold up. It's already good to get nice green in the uptrend, and then, you know, you try with this pullback. Man, oh man. I gotta calm down. I'm like still I'm still frustrated of like not capturing that move properly, but you know, let's see how the current stock does, right? We've been seeing a lot of V-shaped red to greens. Hopefully we can get a consolidation here. It's still strong, although we haven't hold up the pre-market highs, but it's still strong. Looks like it might be another V-shaped red to green. So no consolidation maybe. The consolidation I'm looking forward to scale in, but it's right back up. So I'll watch the early pullback and, you know, not looking for the full retracement. 8-cent micro, I'm not in. Didn't look good enough, and it's mooning. Come on. That was a pretty impressive move, though, I will say. Will it respect our former support, or will we make new highs right away? Looks like it's new highs right away. See, I feel like I'm chasing it if I buy it here. I'll let it go. It's all right. Damn, bro, those red to greens. We've been seeing them. I mean, I maybe should have thrown out a position there. We've been seeing those quicker V-shaped red to greens not really holding the lows and going sideways as much these days. Damn. 360, 1-minute candle, make the new high. It looks like it's just gonna keep going. I'm gonna throw out an order just to see what it does. There's a seller. I think there's a seller 24. Bro, these stocks are just like going insane right now. The dips are definitely not as like traumatic as I would expect, you know? It's so calm as it's going, and it's quick to bounce. So it's like the higher fills seems like they're inevitable here, trying to get a lower entry. Son of a gun, man. Did I get the ad? 18. Bro, this is not a good day for this hot momentum, man. This is trash. Yeah, and I gave in to temptation thinking we're gonna hold high right there. Terrible mistake. Gotta stick to the intuition. It's like nothing below, like nothing like high 20s there. Like, come on. It's like freaking, man. It's freaking nonsense trading that I'm doing here. I can trade so much better than this. It's gonna be interesting when it's ready because it can move. So it could go to like 70. The halt is at 507. Gotta clutch up. Got to clutch up. And that is not clutching up. Not the breakout there. Right back down. Quick 10-cent loss with some more size. Not good. Let's drop that back down. I'd say that's a false breakout. I mean, we didn't get closer to 50, but the volume there, 50, like a 12-cent spike. Time. Oh. This is a terrible day to this point, man. This is unreal. Ah, not good. Not good. There's a massive bid. Will we continue to hold? And that bid is gone. Gone, gone, gone. Watching for the reclaim. And no reclaim. No shares to short. Oh, this is like way too hot of a day to not like, get the ball rolling. Still flat on the day after two great stocks. So we're seeing more of a 5-minute pullback. I want to wait for lower here. I was thinking about the starter, but oh my god. Okay, whatever gets the ball rolling, I suppose. High of the current candles 14. I'm nothing gonna pay attention in case we see another like V-shape kind of red to green. I'm gonna mute my mic for a sec. Still, still have to dial in some more here. This day is what I need to do now is size down. I can feel it that I should have already been monster green. I gotta just size down and not try to be a hero because this is the most frustrated I've been in the last week. Gotta just take it easy, be cool, not have this turn into a big red day. We'd like to see over time the 5 minute candle here starting to build up some more. Can we see 25 and then 30? There's 20. Terrible fills. Trying to get some good fills here. Got to be careful. So far, so good. I'd rather us close midway than lower. I'll give kind of a high fill. Oh my God, you guys, you should have chased it. I should have chased it, man. Should have chased it. Freaking stock, bro. Oh, it's failing miserably. Bro, I haven't been more mad than this the whole week, man. Oh, what a disaster of a day. Like just disaster for such a hot day. Like this is unacceptable. No, I'm going mad. Oh for 2. Time to leave before I go into the depths and call it a flat day. Thousands of dollars gone for underperforming. It held pretty high there on that dip, 60 lows. The good news is that for now the stock is still bullish. You know, we'll see if it continues to hold up. Bad news is that I've made a mess of this day. Poor trading. Didn't capitalize on anything. The bounce doesn't seem sharp anymore. Okay. As I say that. If we make a new low, we'll need to reclaim instantly. If not, it is gonna be in a not so great position. The resistance has been strong at mid 80s, so I'll just leave it alone here. We'll see if it's able to go. They're definitely shorting it here. It's getting shorted for sure, above 80. So if it makes the new high, I can take it and then give it a chance. But I want to wait to make sure it's going so that once I'm in, it continues to go higher. That was a decent place for it to happen into the new candle, but you know, still needs a little bit more time. It looks more threatening here. What's it going to be? Our short seller's going to get caught off guard. Or a break of 5. It should go up to like 530 if it's strong over time. The halt is at 63 if it does something impressive. Just getting ready. And it's a false breakout. I bought 90, it's instantly back down. Is it gonna try again? We have to hope it doesn't just teleport down. Okay. It should go to 550 now over time. They're gonna have to cover here. And I'm selling to take it lower, and we might not even get lower. I'll just add if it goes down. Assuming it doesn't false break out again after that. It should go all the way to like 550. This has no reason to not just go because they have to cover. Even if there's some people taking profits, though with all that selling that we had there, this has to go. I'm just gonna keep a stop and just see what it does. We got 21 so far. Over 30, definitely could open up some more. They're covering. There we go. There it is. The first wave is coming in. Will we continue to see more covering here? It's definitely a little slow so far, but okay, no problem. $25. There's the covering right there. Some more. We should see 50 over time. It's unbelievable, man. Unbelievable to be trading this poorly with such good momentum. It's just... I need someone to come and slap me. Call Marcelo and Steve to give me an uppercut and a right hook for this nonsense that I did here today. Violence is not the answer, but sometimes it sure feels like we need a slap in the head. It's hard to say, like, will the pullbacks be tight? Maybe. Or maybe not. Watching. Right now we're in bullish territory here. Bullish territory. Right now, I need to be careful if it pulls back too much. I don't want to be buying the dip too aggressively, but if we get a reasonable pullback, I definitely want to be adding. If it keeps going and it starts to open up some more, there could be some scalp opportunities. got 27, bro. Like, this just unbelievable. Ruined the trade. Ruined the trade, adding a 20 there. Filled it 10 cents higher. That was for a scalp opportunity, but filled fairly high. Just waiting, watching. I only got a 1. Taking the 10-cent stop, not gonna add. Gonna re-average. Great fills. Well, we see 80 again, at least for a quick bounce. Oh, no, we're not. I'm out. It is failing miserably here is what's happening. North Sale is going to call it in the chat room. Jeez Louise. After such a beautiful push through 490, it's right back down. How often am I going to let a good day go by? You know, this is the question I ask myself in these moments. Like, this is a mockery of justice here. I don't think it's that my expectations are too high. It's just, you know, a stock steer stepping up, front side move, pull back, big move up, pull back, big move up, pull back. It gave 1, 2, 3. It gave 3, you can say 3.5 legs. Like, there's nothing more we would ever need than this. And I'm fumbling the trades. Now, granted that this time it did come back down hard here, but man. My recording wasn't on yesterday for some reason. Today, though, we have the recording, so I'll be reviewing. Guys, don't forget to hit the thumbs up, and remember, you guys can check out the chat room for those of you interested in checking in on guys like Marcelo and Tim. The Mighty is now going to be streaming every day to the entire chat room, so you guys can always tune in. You know what happened to me when I missed the dip and rip trade? It's like I couldn't get a hold of myself. Like it's like I'm fighting my own emotions of frustration, and I'm not looking at level two anymore. Like in this vicious cycle of missing data and having gaps in the data over and over and over. It's crazy that these things can happen to you. Like you would think after just 2 months of trading, you should just this should never happen again. Obviously, if you just move forward, you're gonna have a much better experience capitalizing as you're paying attention to all the opportunities to come. Instead, I'm like there, just not able to think. I might have to start walking away and coming back. It's better than to just be here just fumbling because you're not dialed in all the way. And then rightfully so, and this false breakout, I'm like, you know, because I knew I needed to be in. I didn't jump in aggressively. I let it go. And then rightfully so, to slap me in the face, the stock actually gives the move. And because I'm even more frustrated, I'm not paying attention to give myself a chance to even get in. And then now missing this move, I'm even more frustrated. Like it just compounded on compounded. So I had to mute the mic because I'm just there under my breath, just saying like, you know, bad words and stuff like. Right now, we are lucky to be green. We should be up thousands. We're lucky that we didn't have a big red trade going down with all the nonsense. Well, I think more it's more so like giving myself the chance to connect. Even if I'm paying attention and I miss the move, is one thing, but not even really getting to see the move because of all the frustration is something else, you know? I don't know, man. When I went to go use the bathroom, it's like I came back and like, you know, maybe I went a little too close to the open. Came back and like just lost my bearings. The stocks are not reacting as quickly on some of the resumption trades, but nevertheless, that's the point of being in and having a stop in place at an obvious level, rather than to be trying to micromanage the trade in terms of time. Hey, I'm in nicely, but it's taking a little while to go. Let me cut the trade. When it should be, I'm holding to my stop, and unless this thing breaks down support, then I'm stopping out, even if it takes an extra 5, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. It's like a simple shift in mindset there, and we're off to the races. Likewise, with this break of 5 setup, like I'm in there with size because I'm like, hey, over this level, we're very likely to go because of all the shorting that we were seeing there. And over break of 5, I'm still in and out like multiple times at 5 when I just need to be in with a stop in place. Risk 10 cents for the beautiful move to 50 that we thought could happen. It doesn't need to be too complicated, right? Instead, I'm in, out, in, out. The problem with this stuff is that this is like every day, bro. Like there's no way I'm doing this. Like how can I make the same mistake every day? Like am I mad or something? You know, am I not able to change a habit? the key with the market is to be consistent with one thing, right? And not be changing things and having too many variables. The strategy is the strategy, stick to the strategy. You know, I'm always telling myself, take the trades low at support. Never take it midpoint. Like if support is to have a range, right? Let's say 5 by 514 is support. I always tell myself to take it on the lower end. And that means I should be buying closer towards 5 every time. Even if the stock goes to 516 and bounces, hey, bounce without me. But too often I'm finding myself trying to chase a move, let's say 520. Like, bro, this is not the strategy. Like, just let that go. Let that move go. You have no business taking that move. What happens? I buy 20. I'm in a 24 fill. Stock is back down towards 5, where I should be buying in the first place. And I'm like, why am I doing it to myself? Why? Why am I changing the strategy when it makes no sense? It's not proven. It's not back tested. So more discipline, more patience. And even that will ultimately lead to less frustration because we're doing what we're supposed to do. And when you trade how you're supposed to trade, even when you lose, you still feel good because you follow the rules. Not the nonsense of in-between trades midway. Like that happened to me in this last range here at 80 a couple of times. It's like, bro, especially after the first time, there's no way I should take that trade 3-4 more times, in at 83, out at 74. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Clearly, I should be buying down there at 60. Clearly, obviously. These, like, you know, it's like intangible things, but these intangibles is the difference between a small day and a massive day, a red day and a small green day, you know? It's really not hard. It is not hard. But I'm making it harder than it needs to be. And that's my issue, that, you know, as to why I was frustrated here today. Trading the strategy and nothing more, nothing less. Not improvising and doing a whole sorts of matrix midway. So we're leaving out. It feels like a red day, honestly, mentally. It feels like a poor trading day. And we're lucky to be green here. So shutting it down and not going a moment too far because, bro. And it's crazy because I know what I could do, you know. And next thing is, too, I got to be a little bit better at pulling up the correct stock faster. It's still an issue this week where I'm showing up to these stocks after the big moves are already happening, you know, essentially trading the first pullback rather than the beginning of the first move. It just continues to be an issue. I think I might need to go back to 3 level 2s. I think that might be the best answer for this situation. What I was telling myself is that I love to have the 5-minute chart up on my other screen. For those of you on YouTube, this screen right here. But in the past, I'd have 3 different level 2s and 3 different 1-minute charts. So I think I might need to go back to that and like just get rid of this this layout that I have right now. Bigger monitor might also make more sense. That way I could at least have the screen real estate to still be able to utilize these hot buttons for size. Because it's much faster than like typing in the amount and then going from there. See, yesterday I came in with a lot of swag. You know, this is what I'm saying. Like the bathroom break at the open, like just I didn't really get to go over my game plan. I kind of came back and it was like, time for trading, right? Instead of giving myself the pep talk, how I want to approach the day, the things I want to do differently from yesterday to have a better result. All these things for me matter. It definitely helps out in like programming my mind to do all the correct things and also to be aggressive, right? Because if I come in like with that mindset of like I feel the green, like I'm here to just dominate and to take everything, and I come in more mentally prepared, I'm more sharp, I'm quicker, less hesitant. Instead, today was a revert from yesterday or the day before where we traded with a lot of swag, confident trading. Today we're like a frightened child in the woods, second guessing again, not jumping in on obvious trades. Why can't I just say one? Why can't I just stay at one level all the time? It's like this nonsense of back and forth. What do I have to do to get my mindset to be in one way, one gear, one gear? It's like I need like this attacking mindset at all times. And sometimes I'm too passive, too mellow, too defensive. Maybe I need to take a Red Bull before the open every day to gain some wings. Red Bull, if you're listening, maybe this is the chance to sponsor the Pastor. Maybe a fruitful collaboration. KRRO and other sitting the scans, but looking to leave out and be grateful for the green. After we're down on the other account, which is not good, we're down $100 in pre-market trading, down 130 over there, and green 810 here. So was that like $600 in gains? Just no bueno, no bueno. $600. If I continue like this, which I'm not, if I continue like this, I'm gonna have to change my name to Amateur Trading. Am I hard on myself? Yes. But our expectations are high, and we have to follow through with what we can do here on a daily basis, especially since today was the 6th day of hot consecutive momentum. I think the market is back. I really think that we're back. We haven't seen 4-5 consecutive hot days since God knows when. And so we're getting very close to the Fed cutting for interest rates. So I think we're going to see more bullishness in small caps. And so these are the days to really shake off all the rust, shake off all that nonsense, and really get back into form, because we can end this year. This year could still be our best year ever if we're trading how we're supposed to trade to end the year, if the momentum continues at this rate. Because it's like getting hotter every day, or just as hot. It's maintaining the degrees. So we have to definitely, make sure we're in top shape, top form to capitalize here on a daily basis and moving forward into perhaps some hotter momentum. So if you had a choppy day, if you're red on the month, if you're red on the year, red last month, today is the day for us to pivot into the correct direction. For everyone who's been doing well, continue to maintain your great trading and keep pushing forward. We have to do what's necessary to ensure success. So shutting it down. Man, I've been trading for like 5-6 years. This is why I'm so mad every time when I'm messing up, because Like I've had stretches where like I didn't make mistakes for months on end, it felt like, you know? Or if I did make a mistake, it's something small, we just get past it and just keep going. But far too often here now, I'm like slacking in key areas. If I traded to the best of my ability today, I think I'd have been up like 5, 6,000. You know, and that's including a loss at the end because I would have been into that big red candle with like 2,500 shares and losing 60 cents off the top, right? And I mean, who knows? I mean, it depends too. Like, if we would have caught some of those bigger green candles with size, it would have been a much bigger day than that. But to position yourself for those type of days, you need to be trading properly, or you need to be in on the key areas, right? And giving the stocks a chance. And when you're in there with size and you're confident, what's going to happen is you're going to quote unquote get lucky. Not necessarily luck, but because you're positioning yourself well, you happen to just capture the move, you know? That's what it comes down to. All right, so that's going to do it. $600 today. It's better than nothing. It'll pay for the car part that I paid for, I suppose. But we got to do better. Take care, stay safe, stay green, enjoy the weekend, study up. I'm going to come in on Sunday for a Q&A. You guys can check out those links down below. Check out the scanner for Day Trade Dash. Check out the chat room. Once again, Marcelo is now live streaming every day for the chat room, so you guys can check it out. I also live stream today for the entire chat room. Typically, we're only live streaming for just students, but today we thought we would, you know, give them a nice gift. However, Marcelo is going to continue to stream for the entire chat. Other than that, check out the links for the classes. Check out the links for Guardian. If you want to have a backup broker where you can trade pre-market and even trade intraday if you really want to. As we know, Schwab has been a nice platform, but at the end of the day, we have to make sure we have multiple options. So the Team House guys, we've all checked out different platforms. I believe Tim is using Trade Zero. Save might be using Interactive Brokers and some other ones. Crispy might be using Trade Zero and some others as well. I think even Webull, a couple of the guys might be using. Marcelo is also using Sage Trader. And so, you know, it's good to have a good broker to use pre-market and also into the open. Sometimes Thinkorswim, they don't have the ability to trade certain stocks. You can always switch over to your other platform and trade. So you guys can check out the link for Guardian Trading down below as well. And I think that's all the links. Yeah. Man. My account is margin is over 25,000. The course is 999. 1K. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of students that did better than me today. It's not even a question. Like, there's no way I traded this poorly. And mostly everybody should be up over my P&L without a doubt. Big Steve, I'm pretty sure Big Steve probably is up 5K. Dash 10K day easy. You know, guys like Jackson, Lucas, I'm pretty sure had a nice day. You know, right now I'm a little gloomy, but you know, I got to look at the brighter side of the situation. I'm young. I have another 50 years of trading in front of me. I have time to be better. I have a lot of time to continue to work, grow, and improve. And PAPL actually, hold up. As I've been talking my mind off here. Maybe the day is still young. Maybe the night is still young. Can it halt up though? Night is still young, brother. Resumption trade coming up. Although it's been a terrible day, so I'm going to use really small size. I'm not looking to lose the whole day here in like one trade, none of that. The goal will be to build a cushion with small size and then continue. Just in time. We're over the resistance and right beneath high of day. The night is still young. The show must go on. Time to make some more. $22.21 for resumption. Did I put the wrong ticker? Yes, I did. PAP. I hit the semicolon hotkey there. I'm pretty sure Save covered already, man. There's no way he's still in short. After that massive move down, I think he had 778 average going down. There's no way he didn't already cover his shares down there at like 650. The bear flag breakout. I mean, that setup was here though, right? Over VWAP. Bro, I can be so much better, bro. Like, when I come in here next week, I'm putting forward my best trading I've ever put forward. Guaranteed. No pressure. In fact, starting now. Starting right here. Big Steve, it's been such a slow day that I cannot afford to risk it like that. If I did what I was supposed to do, I would have definitely took size here. And risk a good 1,500 to make 3K. Resumption will be at 22 and 21 seconds. Now that I'm back to my senses, if this stock is strong, we will capitalize. We got less than a minute. No fear, no hesitation, looking for the setup. If we don't see it, no trades. And I'll wait and watch the consolidation. Only have small size here, just 300 shares. Looking to build a cushion and then go from there. 10 seconds. We're at 8:41. Here we go. It might be 10 minutes, but I'm still keeping an eye just in case it's delayed. Sometimes it could happen. Okay, it looks like it'll be a 10-minute halt. Unless my math is wrong here. Yeah, it looks like it'll be 10 minutes. When was the last time you guys saw me post the moon emoji in the chat room? That's how you know I've been slacking, man. He covered at 750? Really? Oh man. Well, I mean 20 cents, not bad, but I thought he caught the big move. Resumption is going to be at 27 and 21 seconds. Currently in the gym. Oh man. Save, we gotta tell him not to skip cardio. This man only power lifts and deadlifts and like zero cardio is crazy. Two minutes. I don't see resumption price on my level 2, so and am I still on this screen on YouTube? Okay, no, I'm not. If you guys want to join the Discord is 14 bucks. If you want to watch the mighty live trade. The course is like everything for the strategy though, like from zero to everything. AMEX. I'm gonna skip that one until this resumption is done. Is that a stock? I don't know. Waiting. We got another minute, less than a minute. Oh, like the okay, I see. Never mind. Waiting. We got 30 seconds plus. Again, looking for the dip and rip at 840. High of days at 858. It definitely looks interesting here. Here we go. Dip, dip, dip. Can we get a dip? Not sure of my fill on that one. We haven't had a big dip per se. Highs are at 907. The fills are kind of tough. Small size for me. So far, mid 60s have been holding, but will we continue to hold? Not quite. New lows at 50. New lows at 50. Watching, waiting, being patient. So no clean dip and rip out of that resumption. We're just more so seeing a bit of a consolidation now. I do want to check to see if shares are available as short. Just so when we get to a new backside, I can be in if there's shares. But for now, waiting patiently and watching the range. So far, so good. I don't mind trying and having my stops tightly at the lows. There's still a spread here. I'm gonna get filled in the higher side of that spread. Not ideal for sub 60. Okay, it's coming down. Small loss there, small size. Halting down. Okay, 84. Are we still bullish? Our daily resistance was 84. We can see if support turns into resistance on the resumption. If resistance turns to support on the resumption. But back down. We lost $100 there at the highs. That was a bit tough. That was a tough one there. I think it could still have a chance. I want to see the resumption, but definitely tough one. I was in at fifth. So the position I took at 60, at sub 60, I got filled 64. And I added at 54 after we had 51 low. It got to a high of like 68 or 70. And I didn't get to sell any of that into the green because it was right back down. And I sold half at 51. I should have sold the entire thing because, you know, like a false pop. Instead, I'm out at 27, 300 shares from 54. At Mighty. This is his expertise right here. So anticlimactic. Like, you know, we expected that to go to $10, $11, man. Oh, Big Steve, man. Big Steve would have set me up for failure if I was to take that size. Well, Dash, I hope you got a winner up there in the dip and not caught into the halt down. Flat in the end, so good risk management. Resumption, by the way, at 35.42. We got another 2 minutes. Classic stock market, right? The moment we regain our composure and we're ready to go for another hot move, there's nothing. So it's why we have to stay ready so we don't ever have to get ready. Gotta always be at the top of your game. It took me an hour to get over that. Like, that's just embarrassing, you know? Like, a quick minute, move on, you know? Talking to the stream almost felt like therapy right there. Okay, it's not that bad in the grand scheme of things. Don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, to hit that thumbs up. If you're a new viewer, consider subscribing to the channel. 35.42. I'm curious to see what it could do. There might be an entry here for a quick bounce, and then from there I'll ease off and we'll just watch on the sidelines. If it does the red to green over time, that could be good. But if it's, you know, like weakness and selling off, I'm out of here. We had a big flush. Especially if it dips down some more, I might insta buy. Here we go. Oh, it's 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes. The good old insta buy. Risky business, but the setup could be there depending on where it resumes. Not financial advice. What am I teaching? I'm teaching people how I've made $600,000. That's what I'm teaching. How you like that? Oh, man. And also, by extension, the Mighty has made 2 million plus. All right. Okay. All right. Talk to us nicely. Talk to us nicely. I'm also teaching the people transparency. I'm also teaching the people that you can go through a drawdown. I'm also teaching the people that you can have a slow patch. I'm also teaching the people that that over time you can have a burnout. All right. No trader that I know has always been one way. You know, people have had drawdowns. People have had red days, a red month, sometimes even a red year, depending. Bro, here's what you have to do, right? I want you to go back and watch all my videos from day one to today, and then come and ask me questions. That will give you some perspective, because you're seeing things from a very narrow point of view. You have to open up your eyes to the possibilities, to the endless possibilities. At worst case, I'm up 114 bucks here in an hour and a half on the stock. You know, most people don't make 100 bucks an hour where they're working at their job. But not everybody. I mean, I could easily just stop going live, stop posting recaps, and then only come back when the market is hot. You know, like let's say I started streaming again, like 3 days ago. Hey, we're seeing 4 consecutive hot days. Okay, I'll start streaming again. I'll start doing recaps again. Like, I could have easily just disappeared, not show anything. You know, but at the end of the day, for me, I already know who I am and I already know what I can do. And so showing the bad is not a problem for me at all. This is, in fact, this is easy. This is natural. This is just another day in the process. Adversity is no stranger to me. You know, we push through, we get better, we keep a positive mindset, and we keep going. We got another minute and some change. You know, every now and again, somebody will come and try to question my greatness, and I have to remind them. Also, you know, I can come off. I can easily see why I could come off as like maybe a little arrogant, but I'm not. It's just the like the style of how I talk. You know, the personality. And there's a confidence, of course, because I don't think that there's anything that I cannot do. If anything, there's just things that I don't know that I can learn. We got about a minute. GELS looks quite depsy. Less than a minute to the resumption. I'm looking for the resumption lower and the bounce. Typically, when we have a stock drop from such a high level without giving a move up, we'll see a bounce. We got 22 seconds. After this trade, I'm not looking to really take anything. I want to just wait on the sidelines for like another 5 minutes. That'll confirm if the move is done or not. A lot of the times, you'll just keep selling off right away. So 84, watching here. I'm taking the insta buy, tight stop. I got filled 17 though, which is not the best. And it's coming down. Okay, well. And that's a pretty big drop too. The low right there, 61. 61 back to 90. Okay, cool, fair. We'll take the loss. So, end tally is going to be 400 on the day. We'll take the green and walk away. I wouldn't even stick around for this because it's so low out of the resumption that the chances of it recovering is like, you know, near zero. So percentage wise, 27% drop right there in the last 3 candles. The insta buy at $7, no good. We had 710, I'm in at 17. On the ask, we had about 28. Slippage there. I'm selling at like 705, but the slippage down, brutal. Hence the small size as well. Crispy trades, a 7K day. The crispy trades, getting it done. Close enough, right? Close enough, I think. Here in the chat room, for those of you in the chat. All right, guys. At a capture at a high. Jeez. That took a while. All right. Okay. Take care. Stay safe. Stay green. We're walking away. Plus $400 here, and shutting it down. Tomorrow's another day. Well, Monday. We'll be back on Monday, rather. All right. Take care. Stay safe. Stay green. This trade I wouldn't take with size at the end there because it's just too risky. And, you know, I mean, I wouldn't have expected another from 710 to 660. Was that 50 cents? Another 50-cent drop. But part of the deal. All right, take care. Stay safe. Catch you guys in the next one. Check out those links down below for the chat room, for Day Trade Dash, for the classes, for everything else. Stay safe. Stay green. Also, Momo Pro too. If you guys are interested in a cheaper scanner, this one is also an option.